Hi.
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 People are gonna just be jumping on throughout the night, so we're just letting y'all know. Sorry, we're a little late, or I'm a little late. I was just telling Stephanie. I was telling Stephanie that we have visitors coming, and I was trying to clean, and yeah, I was very upset with my kids because yeah, I'm just like, oh my. But instead of getting upset and yelling and getting mad, I just put all my anger into the broom or into the scrubbing stuff. I was like, I should have scared them and listened to like death metal while I was doing it, but I didn't. So
Would they have known?
yeah, because I was kind of like, hey, give me this. Give me this too. Yeah. Well, hi everyone. So what's everybody reading tonight or going to be reading for the sprints? What are you going to be reading, Stephanie?
I think I might start this Sing Unburied Soul.
I have that.
Do you? You haven't read it yet, though?
Yeah, I'm reading the same author. Weird. But I'm reading a memoir.
I have that too. You know what's funny is I think last year I started that and I got halfway through it and I was like really enjoying it. And I think I didn't have a copy yet and it went back to the library. So I never finished.
Yeah. So I hello. Yeah, I actually have salvaged the bones and the other one, the one you have, because I found them for $1.
Oh, really?
Holy crap. Yeah,
I mean, I've heard that this is like a trilogy, but it's like all companion books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I heard too.
Yeah.
Hello. Welcome everyone. Betobe. Let's see. Yeah, Burning Sweetgrass. I love that book. You've read that, huh, Stephanie?
Yeah. That was actually our my library does a month book club thing. I don't know, not like a monthly book club. It's like a larger thing where we pick a theme and then we pick 2 books for that month and then we build programs around it. And Braiding Sweetgrass was one of our picks.
Oh yeah, I've actually read it for. I think I did a live with Jess
and
Angela and Bree.
Yeah.
And then I also talked about it with a book club that I did locally. And then what else did I read it for? Oh, and that there was a native book club, Well Read Native.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were wow, incredible reading. Yeah, it was cool. I read it for that club too, and then I think I read it on my own the first time.
It's very it's one of those books that I definitely would reread a bunch of times too.
Yeah, it's so good. Billy Ray Belcourt. Ooh, I love this book. The cover is really pretty. Still working on Take Us to Your Chief by David Hagen. Oh, okay. Yeah. Is that the one? I'm trying to think of the cover. I know there's one with a cover with a toy robot on it, but it's not that book, I think. Let's see. I'm torn between reading 3 books. My Heart is a Chainsaw, The Only Good Indians, a White Horse. Oh.
You're right about the cover.
Yeah, the yellow cover.
Yeah, with the toy robot.
Oh yeah. Oh, I am? Oh, okay. Wow. The only time I was right today. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. See, if I were to recommend to you which one you would read, it just depends on like kind of what you're feeling. My Heart is a Chainsaw. They have these really cool like slasher 101 chapters. And it's also I would check the content warnings for that one. Togi, or I call it Togi, The Only Good Indians. Brilliant book. Probably one of the best. I say his best work in my opinion, but it's just because there's just so much going on. There's different perspectives and POVs, like first person, third person. It's really cool. but
Yeah.
it's real whiplashy. There's almost no transition, but it's very purposeful in that way, because while that's happening, it's so chaotic. You're just like, oh my gosh. But yeah, White Horse. Yes, I finally my ebook hold came in. I was like, oh, so I can't wait to read that. I'm probably gonna read that maybe starting Sunday.
I read that last month and I loved it.
Was it good?
Yeah, it's really good. It's different than what I expected and maybe what people will expect from it, because like I think people are expecting a really maybe intense horror, but it is horrific. But the main character is going through like this transformation of themselves and their life, and like, you know, reconciling things from their past. And that's like a larger focus than the horror.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like kind of like literary horror. I love
Mhm.
literary horror reads. They're probably my fave. Oh, Heartbeat Braves. Is that the first book?
I think so.
Oh man. Oh, okay. I like overall, I think that's probably my favorite book so far. I've read 3 of them. I mean, there's some problematic stuff when I read it. I was like, oh, she put this in there, but overall, I think just the story, it's pretty, it's interesting. It's I just like the back romance with Arnold and Linda. They're so res. Oh gosh, they're funny though. Oh, you're on that story. Oh, okay. Awesome. I haven't read the 4th book yet, so I'm rereading. Which one? Which 4th book? Oh, the romance.
The heart, I think so.
Oh yeah, what was the last one called? Cricket Rock Braves, Heartbeat Braves, then their Sweetheart Braves, and then
I have no idea.
I can't find my Brave.
Where could my brave be?
My Brave is missing. Hasn't come home. Let's see. Got to pick up White Horse Sons. Yeah.
I really like that.
Everybody's reading that. I think out of all the TBRs I've been sharing on Instagram, man, I'm seeing that book everywhere. I'm also seeing Braiding Sweetgrass, tons of SGJ. Also the poetry. Gosh, there's some poetry people are sharing that I haven't heard of, and I'm just like saving everything. I kind of want to do this thing where I create a reel, or not a reel, but a story, and I just save it in like the highlight stories and on Instagram, and just have everybody go through what everybody read. Have all the books. Like, hey, here's some books.
Read them.
Read them. Indigenous reading it should be read year round. Togi sounds more like my mood. Yeah, it's intense. Like in the beginning, you're just like, what? It already starts out pretty horrific. You're like, why? And then it just builds from there. It doesn't let up.
That was like one of the first really more gory horror that I read when I started getting into horror, and I was like, oh,
yeah,
the imagery.
Yeah, the image, and I loved it. I was like, where have these reads been all my life? But I just feel like I mean, I've read those kinds of reads before, but I just felt like I don't see this happening. Like I can't relate to this background or these people. But it was really cool reading all the gory stuff. It was awesome. But then when I read that, I was like, oh man. I was like, this is amazing. Backbone of the World by Stephen Graham Jones. Yeah. Okay. Lovesick Braves. Did I say Lovesick Braves? Oh, that's the one that I missed. I was all Heartbeat Braves. Sweetheart Braves, Cricket Rock Braves. Okay. I am so brave. Oh, you know what? I got book mail. Neil Yazzie, who's an Indigenous booktuber, he is Navajo or Dene, and he sent me an ARC of a minor course.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I was supposed to get one and I didn't get it, so I was like, oh, I mean, but cool.
That's so awesome of him.
Yeah.
That's what we're reading today, minor chorus.
Yes. Okay, vote for White Horse. Yeah. Vote for White Horse. Everybody go vote right now. Yeah. Hi, Pat. Hi, everybody. It's really cool to see everybody here. Are y'all like at work? I was at work and I had a notif come up and it was Bethany and Rachel. They were doing sprints and I was all, so I jumped on. I was like, hey, I'm at work, but what's up?
I feel like a lot of people do that when they work from home. They will just sneak on sprints and do both.
Yeah, I was just kind of like typing away, just listening, and then they were gonna do like maybe a couple more sprints, and I was like, I'm gonna take my lunch hour now. Yeah, so I took I took my lunch, and then I was like, okay, I'll read with them, and then I'll go back to work. But it was fun. Picking up Jumby. Who wrote that? Let me know. Just got off work. Yeah, me too.
Kasha, give me the toy.
Give it to me.
Let's let it go. Come on. She picks the worst times to start with the squeaking.
She's like, I'm the star of the show.
Always.
My dog just chews those things right out.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah, like chews and takes out the little squeaker circle thing.
And just squeaks it.
Oh, Kasha. Give it.
Yeah, I read Shutter. I read I had an art by Ramona Emerson, who's also Dene. I think they're from, what does she say she's from? I can't remember. Not Farmington. Somewhere in New Mexico. Probably near Window Rock. I can't remember. But yeah, that book was good. I think like it's so interesting reading that because my in-laws, they're all Navajo, and it was really cool just kind of reading about like the cultural side of how they view death and like what things are taboo. And so it was really cool like reading about that, but also kind of the dynamic of her family. And like I wonder like how complex it would be to have that kind of gift, but then for death to be taboo in like your when it comes to your culture and stuff. So it was really good. Hi! Oh my gosh, how are you? So cool. Let's see. Yeah, she's Ramona is a filmmaker too. Tohachi, yeah. Oh, I was all Torachi, Tora. I couldn't remember. There's a lot of places out here. But yeah, New Mexico, Tohachi. I'm trying to think where Tohachi's at. Hold on, let me go on mute.
This is our favorite thing. We're dying.
What are y'all reading?
We are going to be reading a minor course.
Oh, nice.
We're a little salty because we bought this off of Pango for like $3, brand new. We were like, oh shit, that's an amazing deal.
Yeah.
And we realized that they sold us an ARC. Yeah.
I was gonna say I didn't think the cover looked like that, but I didn't know.
Yeah, well, there's two covers.
Oh, okay.
This is the one that we see the most frequently.
Mm-hmm.
But we were just like annoyed because we're like, you're not supposed to sell ARCs. Like, you just don't do that. So we're irritated. But we're very excited about the book.
Oh yeah. Making Love with the Land by Joshua Whitehead. Awesome. Well, that sucks. I'm sorry. So I was supposed to actually get a finished copy of a minor course, and then I was waiting for it and waiting. And then finally Neil Yazzie reached out to me and He's like, I'll give you mine. I was like, no, just give me the arc. I was like, you can keep your copy. But he's so cool. He's real nice. He always sends me stuff because he gets plenty of like arcs.
Sure.
And he also orders finished copies. And sometimes he said they come in around the same time. So he'll be sending me books because I'll be reaching out to people trying to get a hold of arcs, and they always fall through or they forget, or I live on the res, so I only have a PO box, and sometimes they try to send them FedEx or whatever, and it just gets sent back. So looked up Shutter, yeah, and that's gonna be a series. I think they said, I want to say 3, 4, 5, no 3, 5 or 7 books. I don't know, but it's an odd number. But that's gonna be a series. Because when I finished it, and I was all like, "What? That's it?" Then I talked about it on Instagram, and then the author's like, "Oh yeah, it's gonna be a series." I was like, "Oh, well, it says it's." I was like, "Okay," but I was kind of bummed out, like the way it ended, and I was like, "Eh." Okay, listening is. Yeah. Oh, I love Ollie. Ollie is the best character in the whole world. I love Ollie. I wish I could be Ollie. Yeah, I love Snake Falls to Earth. Such an awesome
way.
Okay. I'll leave this up to my guests. What do y'all want to read? For how long do you want to read first? First round, first sprint.
I know people like doing short rounds in the beginning, but I'm always down to long and strong, you know?
We're a fan of long sprints, personally.
Same.
So should we start with 45 minutes?
Yeah, we're done. Sounds perfect.
Yay.
Nice.
Okay, I'm going to go on mute for a second. I was just telling everybody I was getting all mad earlier because my kids' bathroom was disgusting.
Mm.
And we have guests coming over, and I was all angry, scrubbing stuff. Like, I wish I was listening to Metallica while I was going like.
That's so funny.
I was like,
we're dying.
It's like, come on. And
but did your guests come tomorrow?
Tonight.
Oh.
Tonight. Yep. But it'll be all right, I think. I think it'll be okay. So hi, everyone. So we're going to start with a 45-minute sprint, and we'll come back together. So thanks so much, Stephanie and Jesse. Love you all.
I love you too.
All right, let's get reading. I'll start it right now. Hi, everyone. How did everybody do?
We're so pissed right now.
Oh no, why?
Because this is one of the most incredible, quotable books we've ever read. And we can't quote it because it's a fucking arc. We're so mad. Because, like, there are so many, we want to make posts about it on EBC. Just, like, it's incredible. And we just, like, our car broke down. We used to get a new car, so we just can't afford to get, like, the actual book.
Yeah.
So we're just pissed.
I think.
Do y'all have a wish list?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's totally fine. I think what we'll do is just message a friend who has it and be like, "Can you verify these quotes for us?"
And I wish I could help, but I listened to the audiobook.
Oh, that's a really good idea. What is it on?
Libra.
I might get 2 copies, finished copies. So DM me your address, and I'll send you the other one.
Oh, bet. That's what's up. We don't want to inconvenience though.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I have people. I feel like I always want to. Because people send me books all the time. I haven't bought a book in a while, and the last book I bought was like $3. So, a lot of my reads are from the library.
Yeah,
I mean, I just can't. Just the same. So a lot of the reads I have are either books sent to me by publishers or people just gifting me books. Or usually when I go, there's this used bookstore I go to. It's called Bookmend, and just depending on the condition of the book, but there's people just bring in their reads and they're really awesome. The booksellers, because they'll just be like, I can't afford this. I was like, this is, and they'll be like $5, but I'll have like a bunch of books, like they're all $1 or whatever. And they're like, you know what, just take it. And I'm like, okay. So it's yeah. But yeah, DM me your address and I'll send it when my finished copy, because I think I'm getting 2. I'm pretty sure they're on their way. Yeah.
Okay, bet. We'll send it to you. Thank you. That's really kind of you.
Yeah.
How did y'all's reading go?
I read about 60 pages, and that was me eating a Navajo burger. So it's so funny. It's just a hamburger, but instead of the bun, the bread is fry bread.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I was like, yeah, it's a Navajo burger because a Navajo made it. So I always tell when I make fry bread in the like when we make Indian tacos over at my house, and I'll be like, it's a Tewa taco. It's not a Navajo taco. Tewa made it. Tewa made that fry bread. So it's Tewa taco night. And they're like, okay. Hi. Let's see who's all here. Hi, Rachel.
Mm-hmm.
I might be joining Rachel and Bethany for, I don't even know what the series is called, but Furyborn.
Oh.
Yeah. Because I have the first 2 books, so. Hello. 38 pages of Tokyo. Yeah. Gosh, is that like even the first chapter? I don't even know. Right? It does. So gentle. Up to chapter 9. Heartbeat Braves. I want to make a title for that book. Maybe I can make a parody. Some native romance parody. 96%. Ooh. I love that book.
I can't wait to read that because I loved A Lat's Away.
It was, in our opinion, A Snake Falls to Earth was better than A Lat's Away.
Really? That makes me excited.
Significantly better.
Okay.
I think so too. Everybody was saying they didn't really enjoy it that much, and
really,
they like A Lot's Way better. But me, it's the other way. I enjoyed Snake Falls to Earth more. Yeah. I love that book.
I know that I mean, I feel like the first story I was just sobbing.
Yeah.
Like,
I wasn't even like a third into it and I was like crying over and
yeah.
over. It took me about maybe 2 weeks to finish it. And
Yeah.
yeah. If you haven't read Jake Skeet's book, he's a Navajo poet and his work's really powerful too. Yeah.
How far are you into it, Sage?
Also, hi Sage. I feel like I haven't talked to you in forever.
Same.
Same.
A minute. Take us to your chief. We gotta look that up.
Yeah. I'm gonna check what I'm reading. I know I had to put like a little receipt in my book to remember where I started. Shaped by Her Hands. 10 pages of the Ghost Collector. Ooh. What is that? I love that readers always like, how can we get books?
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Send this to you.
I know I'm always like, put it on your wish list. Maybe I'll.
Hey, winter solstice coming up.
I'm always sneaking on people's wish lists.
Yes, the Imperium trilogy. So I'm going to be reading that because I have the first 2 books and I got them used. I got them for $4 each in their hardcovers. So I was like, yeah.
That's
Because
awesome.
Rachel has been saying, you have to read this. You have to read this.
I actually really love the first one. I read it right when it came out, but I'm so bad at finishing series. Even though I love reading series, I'm really bad at finishing them.
I finished a Poppy War like last year.
I finished and I love the first one.
That's why I love read-alongs because I read all of the Inheritance trilogy due to was it Broken Spine?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and just because of that, I finished the whole freaking series. So I'm like, I mean, I still haven't even read Parable of the Talents. Even though I love the first book, I just haven't started the second. There's just too much I want to read. Yeah, Jake Skeets. He's supposed to be coming out with another book right now. He's just trying to land a publisher, I think. And I heard like it's more, or the way he said it, it's more decolonial work and Indigenous joy. So excited for that. Yeah.
That makes me excited.
Nice. We're on 22 because we're on 23 because we are painstakingly highlighting every fucking line. It's so good.
I did that with A Mind Spread Out on the Ground by Alicia Elliott when I read that book. It took me a long time. And I first started out reading it via audio. But then I kept stopping it because then I was going in the book and then like highlighting it. I was like, okay, I can't read this audio, even though the narration's awesome, but it's just because I was taking too many notes. So
I put so many tabs in that one. Like, you know, when your book starts getting just progressively larger because all your tabs.
it looks pretty too. You're all like, yeah, it's cool. I like it when I love it. I can't. Was it y'all who did a video where you showed us how you tab and like, yeah, man.
Yeah, we did a couple videos for our Annotate With Me series, and we're about to bring the series back because we really, really miss them. Just we stopped making them because they're a lot of work and they weren't getting watched, but we really miss making them. So we're like, we're gonna make a couple more and just cross our fingers that people like them. But
those are some of my favorite videos, like that y'all did, and then I've seen other people too that do like kind of read and annotate with me as well. They're really relaxing to watch. I kind of like them. I sometimes like them more than watching reading sprints. Yeah, because I'll rewatch people's reading sprints to like motivate myself because I'm the queen of distracting myself in any way possible. But those ones like are so relaxing to watch.
I watched that video like over and over, and it's supposed to just because I clean to it, but then I just sit there and watch and don't clean. So it's like, this isn't a good video for me to clean to. So
It'd be like that though. You know.
Yeah. What was it? I don't know how many Butler reads I've read this year, but I think Dawn is one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
And I recently just finished, was it Wild Seed? That was freaking awesome. Gitchagami. Is that how you say it? Gitchigami Hearts. Nonfiction about the Cree history or the history of Duluth, Minnesota. Residential school, I know exactly. Yeah, residential schools are everywhere. You wouldn't even think they're in your community or near your community, and people were. I have one in my own community that's still going. It's a dorm. They converted it to a dorm, but I know that it was just right now they only teach kindergarten, and it's kind of transitioned into immersion, so where they teach the whole language and culture. But yeah, there's still the dorm's still open, and they have, because there's some Navajo families that live really far, like in the boondocks, like sometimes the buses can't even get to their home. So some kids don't want to wake up 2 hours before they have to be at school, so they'll just stay at the dorm throughout the week. They'll go home on the weekend. So I used to work there. It was hard working there because I didn't speak or understand Navajo. And everybody, so they're like, man, we haven't talked this much English in a long time, because I was working there.
Did y'all ever read Seven Fallen Feathers?
I have that checked out. I hold at my library.
Okay, that's like
Fallen Feathers.
Yeah, it's all about residential schools, like the history of residential schools, but then it goes into, it's in Thunder Bay. So it is technically, they're focusing on Canadian history with residential schools, but she does touch on how the U.S. is equally, has been equally as harmful with residential schools. I feel like that's one of those books that should be required reading for anybody, because it just, I don't know, it was really impactful, but I had to read it really slow. It's pretty triggering, so I would imagine.
Yeah, I found it on audio through Hoopla, and so I was like, oh, awesome, but I want to get the physical too. So I checked it out in the library. It's on hold. I went to go pick it up, and I didn't know the library closed at 5 that day. And I was 15 minutes late. I was all pissed at myself, and I was like, hey, open. I was like, no, but I didn't. Please open the door. But yeah, I ended up missing it. And Hero was standing, waiting in line, the long line to get a coffee. And I was like, oh yeah, I was mad at myself. But anyway. But yeah, that, and there's interesting this week with Canada too. I think when they have the 60 scoops, where they also were picking up a bunch of Indigenous children after residential schools were no longer mandated, but they were taking Indigenous children from their home and then adopting them out and putting them in non-Native families as another assimilation policy. And we have that here too, but it's called the Indian Adoption Project, where even in my own community, wow. So my mom, she's a tribal prosecutor. And before ICWA, the Indian Child Welfare Act, was put into legislation, passed and everything by Congress, even though that was still, it was federal law that there's a priority to keep Native children with Native families within their nation, right? Or, well, first within their family, and then within their nation, and then within other Native families, if there's no one to pick them up, to take them in, if there's no availability within their own nations. But my mom was telling me of all these cases. So they had to work with the state and to figure out, okay, so yes, this person, la la la, like where are they gonna go? And it was amazing how many kids were lost before ICWA. How many kids still don't know who their parents are because either there's no record or they closed them, they sealed them, or they just even some cases they got rid of them, like, oh, they're with their family, we don't need to keep these. So there's so many Native families and kids out there who don't know where they're from. So they just been kind of just figuring out, like, where am I from? Where did I get adopted from? Where was it? So they kind of like are just doing a lot of their own investigation, trying to figure out. Sometimes, most of the time they do know where they're from, what nation, and then kind of just work with their way back from there. Because a lot of nations really keep excellent records on their family history. And like my own nation, each village is assigned a certain number, enrollment number. Like mine is 1612, and then each village is like a different like category, and then they just number off everybody. But it's and then like I can even go into our tribal enrollment office and go and see my family tree. it's I don't know, but anyway, so I know ever since then a lot of Indigenous children are just trying to find their way home, and it's just really. But I think outside that, not only are children like had a huge loss of identity, especially when it comes to culture, language, etc., but also a lot of the homes they went into weren't awful. So like just like residential schools, like sexual abuse, neglect, all this stuff. So if y'all want to read more about that, sorry, I feel like a conversation I went somber. I would suggest, like, if you want something lighter, like an Indigenous middle grade read, I recommend reading I Can Make This Promise by Christina Day. That's a really cute, really awesome book. If you want something like mystery thriller, I recommend A Murder on the Red River by Marcy R. Rendon. That's like a 3-book series. The recent one that just came out is called Sinister Graves. And then the second one is called A Girl Gone Missing. What else is there? I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot of books, but those are the ones that I really enjoyed. And then, of course, I'm like looking at my bookshelf right now. A billion books up there. Yeah. But those two are pretty awesome.
You just added so many books to our TBR.
I know everybody was cracking up in the chat because they're like, "Oh my gosh, look at all these books everybody's throwing around!" But it's and I think Bree actually knows Marcy R. Rendon, or she has a friend who's best friends with her or related to Marcy R. Rendon. I was like, "What?" Because because Rendon's from Minnesota, and so I was like,
"Oh."
I was like, "What?" I was like, "That's cool."
That's funny.
What? I have a list. Oh yeah. But yeah, definitely I'm gonna try to read Seven Fallen Feathers. I'm also looking at my book. I have a whole stack right here. It's kind of stressing me out. But I really want to read where is it? Oh, there it is. Apple in the Middle by Don Quigley. That's another book I need to get to, which is another, I think it's a YA, right?
What's it called?
Apple in the Middle by Don Quigley. I heard it's content warnings again, but Michelle from Thor Wants Another Letter recommended it for Indigathon last year.
What the fuck was that?
I
don't know.
So this is a light, but I did not turn that on.
Oh heck!
I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go, y'all.
Oh hell no! Nah. We were like, are we not gonna talk about that?
You just freak out.
Absolutely not.
I gotta move out of my house really quick.
John Quigley. Let's see. Marcy R. Rendon. Cash Black Bear. I have a huge crush on Cash Black Bear series. What else? I heard about I Can Make This Promise from Ashley. She read it. She said it was awesome, so I decided to read it. I can make this Ashley. I can make this promise. Not I can make this Ashley.
I forgot to tell you, Kim, I finished Dog Flowers the other day, and I loved it.
Really? I'm halfway through, and I was enjoying it too.
I always I mean, I kind of talk about it, but like I really do find it cathartic sometimes to read about mother-daughter relationships, and especially when the daughter has lost their mother. It's really cathartic for me. And it really explores that in a way that I haven't read before. So I connected really deeply with it. But again, it's one of those like content warnings. It's very triggering at times.
I've even thought about writing a book about me and my relationship with my dad, because okay, this is so interesting. So my dad is actually Navajo or Dene, but I don't ever talk about him because he left us when I was really small. So I was raised completely in a Tewa community, Hopi Tewa household. And it's all I know, it's all I know. And so when people ask about like who my dad is, I kind of almost shut down. I'm almost like, I don't want to talk about him, but then I also have godfathers, so I always kind of just talk about that. Oh yeah, my godfather's from here. But I think reading that book, like especially almost to like past halfway, it was almost too like a mirror, and I just had to put it down. it was getting me really like not sad, but upset.
Yeah, their relationship is really tough to read.
But it's such a I think just reading about that journey that she has, it's really good. It's really like heartfelt, and the way she writes about it, it's also more than just what is going on, but it's kind of almost digging into her heart, I guess. So it's really good.
There's also, I do feel that there's a sense of hope at the end, though, which was nice because she gets that opportunity to reconnect. So I do feel like it was nice to have that levity of having a moment where she's reconnecting and it feels like a healing moment, but it was tough to read at times.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Steph, have you read White Oleander?
No, I have it on my list. Does that have like a mother-daughter thing?
It does. It's very emotional. We think you'll really like it.
I'm going to add that to my Goodreads.
It was our favorite book of all time before we read Dear Sandran.
Oh, I'm in the middle of that. I put it down for this month, but I was in the middle of that, and I like have so many tabs in it already.
A lot of people don't realize that Okweke is actually Indigenous. So if that was the reason why you put it down, you could still read it for Indigenous heritage.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, people were asking me like, how come you're reading Jasmine Ward? Aren't you the host of Skoden Readathon, and we're only supposed to be reading Indigenous reads? And I'm all, yeah, Jasmine Ward. she's not only, she's Black Indigenous, so she has Choctaw heritage. So it's like that, and then not a lot of people know that. I can't remember who told me. I don't think it was Bree, because I don't remember who it was, but I think maybe because I saw it on someone else's TBR and they were reading Indigenous authors, so I started digging in more. And she talks about it too in her memoir. So I think it was like her great grandmother was Choctaw. Yeah. So I was like, whoa.
And I didn't know that about A Quickie and Missy, so I'll probably go finish that.
Yeah. The flickering.
Oh, that's my own comment. Yeah, Apple Unlimited. I wanted to read it last year, but I couldn't find it anywhere. I couldn't even, and I didn't want to get it at Barnes or Amazon because it was like, no. And all the copies were checked out at the library. And I was trying to find it at a local bookstore, but they didn't have it. So I struggled. I was so upset I couldn't find it last year. Okay. Alrighty. Well, shall we do another 45 or should we push to an hour?
We're down to do an hour.
Let's do an hour. Okay, I'm gonna mute for a little bit. Oh, are y'all reading for the graphic novel or comics? Let everybody know what you're reading if you are. I forgot to ask, do you all want a timer with music or no? No music. Does it matter?
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay, it doesn't matter to me either. So there's a movie with Michelle Pfeiffer. Oh, with White Oleander? I haven't seen that. And here, I love Catwoman. No, I'm
The film is really well done. It's very good.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet. I started this place. I have it.
Oh, yes.
It's good. Have y'all read that 150 Years Retold? It's so good.
No, I have.
You have read it?
Yeah, Kim picked it for my video series.
Oh.
I loved it.
It's special. We own it. We started it and just haven't finished it. But it was one of our most anticipated when it came out. Oh,
well, some authors are on Hoopla too. So if comics, like if you have the Hoopla app.
Yeah, it's on there.
Oh, someone's at the door.
Yeah, they're excited. Okay. Okay, goes both. Yeah, definitely. But okay, we're gonna start an hour. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. Maybe I'll remember by the time we come back together. Maybe I'll remember then. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and start, and we'll be back together in 60 minutes. Let's do this. Do this. Do this.
Skoden.
Hi, everyone. Oh, this book. This last chapter is really hard to read. How did everybody do?
Pretty good.
I'm now 107 pages in.
Awesome. Already? Holy.
I don't know why, it's just it goes by so fast. It's really good.
Okay, turns out Hoopla isn't in my part of state yet. Off to work. Oh, bye. Later. They got snackish.
I know, I ate like half a bag of hot Cheetos.
Snackish, we love it.
Did you eat it with your finger or chopstick?
I couldn't find my I think they're in the dishwasher.
Did you eat it with a glove?
No, you could tell. I don't know if you could tell. They're all.
Oh no.
Just wrap your fingers in duct tape. Or I'm like
just shoving.
Yeah, I just try to get out of the bag.
We have to run because we gotta take Akasha out before our reading sprints start.
Okay.
It was great sprinting with y'all.
We loved this. We're very honored that you had us on. She's literally like standing here like.
I know my dog was jumping on me, and I was like, told my son, go take him out. If it weren't for my dog, I wouldn't get a lot of audio reading done.
No, it's understandable. It's understandable. All right, y'all. Run off.
Have a good rest of your morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
so
thank
much.
you for joining.
Thank you for having us. We were
Love
so
you.
honored that you asked.
Love you, Kasha. Love y'all. I will.
Bye.
I'll DM you. I got your address.
Bet.
Okay.
Okay.
Later.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, y'all. Awesomeness. Oh, cool. That ending.
One day I'll know. I just put it, I was reorganizing my bookshelf and I put that one on the shelf and I was like, should I just leave this off and slap it on the TBR for this month?
Right. I've already included one book that wasn't on my TBR, which was Those Who Got Away. Is that what it is? Those Who Got Away? Yeah. By Stephen Graham Jones, which is like a collection of horror stories. And I don't remember who did recently read Stephen Graham Jones, or they did a SGJ post and they talked about Stephen Graham Jones. You know how he has those notes at the end of like what inspired him to write the stories he writes. Those are so awesome. Like, and then you kind of get to hear like his humor too, like him.
I follow him on Twitter and his tweets crack me up.
Yeah.
I always laugh at his stuff. I actually checked it out, but I don't remember how long ago I checked it out. Have you read his comic?
I got it. So I was actually on
this one, right?
Ashley Sprints. Yeah, Ashley Sprints last night. Book Dragon on Instagram, they mailed me because they got to meet him and they sent me a comic and it's signed. And now I don't want to take it out of the package. I'm like, I don't want to take it out. Because even Ashley, she's all, just read it once and then close it back up and never and everybody's telling me, no, don't read it, just buy another one. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. But yeah, it's on Hoopla, right?
I borrowed it last month or something. I was planning on reading it whenever it came out, so I need to borrow it again because it returned itself. But it looks so good. When did it come out? It came out this year, right? Just like not that long ago.
Yeah, like not that long ago. Because I know Ashley, when she was introducing, she talked about it too on her channel, right?
Yeah.
Not on Bookish Realm, but on Realm of Comics.
Yeah.
And I was like, I knew about it for a while because I kept seeing it on Twitter. So I was like waiting for it to come out, but I completely forgot about it. I used to do this bullet journal where I would write like everything coming out, and then I just got too busy and I stopped putting stuff in there and I just forgot about it. So, honestly, but yeah, I'm excited to read that.
It saves my wallet not knowing what's coming out. You know what I mean? Even though I work in a library, you know, sometimes you can't get the book fast enough. So I just go out and buy.
You can't get it fast enough. But the first chapter of Love Medicine. Oh, I actually am going to be reading. No, never mind. Not Love Medicine. I'm actually going to be reading The Roundhouse.
Oh, I was going to ask you if have you read the whole series? No, I have all of them. And I remember when Danny and Aaron were doing that read along, but I caught it in like the middle of them doing it. And I'm like, I know you can read them out of order.
Yeah, you can.
But like, I want to start from the beginning. So I have tracks. Like I'm going to read it for a video series that I started.
Ooh, you know what? Literature Science Alliance.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Angela?
Yeah, Angela. So she said she's probably going to start a Erdrick read along.
Oh,
yeah. Message her. Message her. Let's all do it. Yeah. So I'm excited about it. But I'm supposed to be starting Roundhouse soon. That's an Unpredicted because it's a local book club that I'm a part of too. That's mainly like Hopi people from my community, and I didn't know that they were going to read it this month. I didn't find out until way later. But they're having their book club meetings in the middle of the day, in the afternoon, and I'm all, I can't go. So
on a weekday?
Yes, on a Tuesday.
Oh.
And there's me and this other person. We've been going to every single book meeting since it started, I believe. I mean, I miss some every now and then, but most of the time I start and finish with it. And I'm just kind of like, no. So, okay. But Love Medicine. I know I mentioned this in an earlier sprint, but that's actually one of Stephen Graham Jones' favorite books by Indigenous authors. So, yeah, throw that out there. Go read it, everybody. Just kidding.
I remember you talking about it.
Yes. Awesomeness. My name is Scratch. In case someone like, oh, I haven't heard of that. Hi, Jessie. Yeah. Wait, you're almost done? Yeah. Maybe the next sprint you'll finish it.
I'll have to message you if I end up reading it.
She just slapped it on there. Across like mustard. No. Okay, 80%. Oh, Gathering. That I haven't read that. Have you read that? By Robin Wall Kimmerer? I haven't either.
I saw it at the library and I wanted to check it out, but yeah, I haven't yet.
I need the physical.
You know who has read it? Why am I blanking on her name right now? We were on sprints with her last week. I watch her stuff all the time. Why am I blanking on her name?
Melita?
Yes, thank you. She has read it.
Yeah, I remember. When did she read it? I watched that video too. I know. If some of the stories in that, Luke, can you turn it down a little bit? Thank you. Some of the stories that I read in that anthology of stories, those who got away, some of them it's such a range of emotions. Some of them were sad and heartbreaking. Others were scary as F. And then others were like so funny. And it's so interesting when reading his writing, you get to see like the spectrum of like how horror can be. I mean, he's also very slashery, you know, but it's just so good. But yeah, he knows how to write emotion. He knows how to write characters too. You're not late. No, I'm just kidding.
Have you read Final Girl by him?
Yeah.
Did you like it?
It's funny.
Okay.
It's funny. It's like watching, what is that one movie, like the parody of Scream?
Oh, Scary Movie?
Yeah. It's like that.
Wait, I need to pick it up. There's a scene, and I think it's Scream 2, or sorry, Scary Movie 2, where do you remember those Nike commercials where it was just like that is my favorite scene. I used to work at a grocery store where we would do intercom stuff, and I would always joke that I would want part of my intercom to be that stupid screeching thing. Just like, anyway, it's stupid.
It's not.
And you see me dancing to the windbreaker.
When I first watched that, and then it was so funny because I remember those commercials, and I don't know, it was just
so I was like spinning on his head.
That was so funny. Oh my goodness, I was laughing so hard. There's like some part there's some parts of it is just like gross too, but it's like, take my strong hand, like just like, oh, this can't get any ridiculous, but it did.
Do you ever watch Schitt's Creek?
Erdrick. Which one was that one? I'm thinking of Shadow Tag.
Tracks is the first one. Hold on, I'll show. Well, the cover I have is like an older version, but I'll grab it.
I don't even know if I have track. Oh, I do. I have it. Hold on, everyone. Let me get. So this is the version that I have. It looks like kind of like
Oh, we have the same one.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Look at they're buddies.
Wasn't it named something different?
I don't
and then
know.
They named it to tracks.
Maybe it's in the beginning because. You don't know.
I might be wrong.
I think are you thinking of Antelope Woman?
Yeah.
An Antelope Wife?
Yeah.
I have both of those.
Okay.
I need to read it. But yeah. What's this says? I read tracks last year and spent some time during the spring comparing the genealogies in front of the books to figure out. Yes. It's so weird. I love that she does that because that is such like a kind of a interesting way of kind of looking at Indigenous communities too. My mom, it's so weird. So there's some times where we can find out how we're related to people, not just by clan but by blood. And like there's this, like she was explaining how this one person she was talking about is related to us, and I was like, I thought they're not our clan though. She's like, no, by blood, that is my grandpa's something, and then we're first cousins. And I was like, what? Yeah. So she saw sometimes like our community's that small. Like I know my uncle's like my uncle or my kid's grandpa is one of those people who just knows everyone too, and how they're related, who they've been with, who their kids are, who they're related to. By it's just it's incredible. Gathering Moss is great. Yeah. I keep hearing about it. And is that book shorter though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Grass. Okay.
From what I saw.
Still working on Man-Made Monsters. I have no idea when I'm gonna fit that book.
Let me look at this cover because I don't.
It's the one with the heart on the front. It has a big heart.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I have seen this around.
Start It, This Town Sleeps, which is a debut by Dennis. Yeah, I read that too. I read it. I don't want to talk about it. It's interesting because the writing is good. But I just maybe it's just me as a reader, but it felt like there was like some of the subplots overtook the main plot. Does that make sense? Yeah, so it was but maybe it was just me. I wasn't but you know what, the writing is pretty good. And I also kind of like the different perspectives that Dennis writes about, because they're very important to the story and to Dennis's background. And there's also like this really funny moment. I don't want to tell about it, but it's this part that kind of made me laugh, but it's also like important to him as in terms of his identity. But it was hilarious. But yeah, that book is kind of like one of the book I read that for last year for Indigathon. So God, it was that long ago. It was a whole year ago. Town Sleeps was also great. I think about that book a lot. Yeah, and I think that's kind of like one of those books that wasn't for me, but I really, really enjoyed the writing. Some kind of perspectives I wish that the author still stuck with or kind of like went back to it, But yeah, I know some people like love that book.
Yeah, I remember Starla reading that, and it's on Hoopla, but I haven't gotten around to it yet.
Yeah, just finished a minor course with books already. Yeah,
what was
I have an art.
That
minor course.
You have the art.
Yeah, I have
Neil's sending it to you, yeah, or is he only sending the finished copy?
No, the publisher is supposed to send me a finished copy, And then another person who, because I think the last sprint that I did, because I was supposed to have, because we're reading it for NB Book Club.
Oh yeah.
And yeah. So I was kind of hoping to read that book first, but I didn't even include it in my TBR video because I didn't get it yet. So I was like, yeah. So it's kind of like, how am I gonna? And here I canceled my order because I actually ordered it and then I canceled it.
Did you ever do the Libro FM influencer?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you get the audio?
I didn't see it. What month was it?
Last month. Okay, but I could be lying because Libro also does librarian influencer ones, and but I think I thought it was on the actual influencer one.
It was Making Love with the Lamb. That one came out last month.
Oh, duh. You're right. No, you're right. Yeah. I don't know why I read that. I like my brain.
Gosh, you got me all like
sorry.
Excited. I'm just kidding. Okay. Yeah, everybody's saying that it's amazing. Jesse, didn't they say they were marking like everything?
Yeah.
Let's see. It's a lot.
No, I am right. A minor chorus was for the library influencer one, but the Joshua Whitehead one was last month for the influencer one. That's why I got confused. Okay.
What? That's so cool. Oh, the other book was champagne. I have it.
Oh, no. You haven't read it yet?
I haven't read it yet. I have it right here. I'm all. Yeah. It's really good. Or Braiding Sweetgrass, but I kind of want to read those books back to back. Ooh. Yeah. Y'all need to follow Sage. Incredible reads. Amazing vlogs.
Agreed. Wholeheartedly.
Wholeheartedly. My whole entire heart. Okay. How do y'all want to do another hour? You want to push for an hour and a half? I know some of you are finishing up reads, so let me know. Throw it in the chat.
Let's do this.
Toss it in there. Let's do this. Let me see. Let's look for.
How far are you into your book?
It's like getting me sad. It's like freaking heartbreaking. I'm like about halfway.
Okay.
No, wait. Let me see. I think I lost my page. What the? Hold on. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I'm on page 148. So I'm about halfway through. But I'm wondering if I should give this book a rest because I'm getting kind of sad.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
What else do you have left in your stack?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No, 13 books.
I was about to be until you said 15 or 13, I was gonna be like, show the audience. Let the audience decide.
Yeah, so I have this is track, so we're just talking about Rap from a Red. This is also the group book monthly read for Res Girls Book Club. So reading this. Strangers by Katharina Vermette.
Oh also, God, I need to read that too.
Yeah. The Break is probably the top 3 book that I read last year, or I reread. I think I read it first in 2020, then I reread it last year. Terra Nullius by Claire G. Coleman. This one's an apocalyptic read.
Oh.
And she's Australian Indigenous. So I forget what community. Monkey Beach. I'm like about 100 pages into this. This one's nonfiction November, The Warmth of Other Suns by Isabel Wilkerson. Yeah. The Great Bear by David A. Robertson. Apple in the Middle by Don Quigley. Red Paint by Sasha LaPointe. Is it LaPointe? LaPointe? Hearts Unbroken by Cynthia Lady Smith. As We Have Always Done by Leanne Patasamuk Simpson. Holy cow. Requiem for the Massacre by R.J. Young. White Tears, Brown Scars by How White Feminism Betrays Women of Color. This one's by Ruby Hamad.
I loved that one.
I know. I'm trying to. I think I'm going to end up getting the audio. Hello. Hello. Hey, do you want to introduce yourself in Navajo? Yeah? Wait. Where are you going? No, he ran away. Ready When You Are by Gary Lonesborough. And then lastly, Memories of Indian Boyhood by Charles A. Eastman. I want to read this next because I read Nick Estes' Our History is the Future, and he mentions him a lot in the book. So
my personal vote is Apple because you've talked about it quite a few times, and also it sounds really cute.
Introduce myself now.
Okay,
I'm ready.
Introduce yourself. Okay, you have to kind of speak loud because mommy's speaker is real tiny. You ready? Okay.
Yeah, and we touching me. It's just a toe and this. Can your army buses tea? The toe does it tea. Touching does it know it's your head.
Good job, son.
So good.
He was counting.
I did it with this paper. I did it with
Wow.
You want to tell them what
I love
this
that.
is?
It's a hogan I'm filled with my clans.
Yeah, it's a hogan of your clans. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. So they do like 2 paternal, then 2 maternal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it goes, I don't know if it goes back and forth, if it goes like mom, then mom's dad, then dad's dad, or dad, then dad's dad, I think, or something like that. So, but yeah, he's learning really, really fast. He's a sponge.
So good. I love it.
He's a sponge. Oh, I bought a book for $3.
You get those deals.
Intuitionist by Colson Whitehead.
Colson Whitehead's backlist is impressive.
Have you read what is it called? Not Underground Railroad.
Nickel
Harlem
Boy?
Shuffle?
Oh no. My partner read it and they liked it, but they said they like Colson's Whitehead other work a little bit more.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of want to read it. Aw. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm like abandoning the chat.
Sage, what's on your TBR?
Yeah, we'll go for an hour, but I can't promise I won't nod off. I'm going till tomorrow morning. No, I'm just kidding, but I'm gonna be here.
I'm like, oh.
Stephanie, go get a coffee. Text me a coffee. Yeah, we can do 45 minutes or something. Maybe we'll do stairs. We'll go up and down. Okay. I don't know what book to start next. Well, if you decide, let me know. Apple. Yeah. Yeah, he's he's really social. I just read Rennie. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think in Australia it's called the Mish. Is it Mish Boys? I think that's what it's called, but it's titled different in the United States.
Mm.
Oh yeah. Sheldon the Lilies. Amazing. Oh, thank. Look, son. Everybody says good job. He's up. He said, yeah. He said, thank you. Yeah. Say quick. Okay. Yeah, the boy from Mish. Boy from the Mish. Exactly. Thank you, Michelle. All right, we'll do 45 because 45 is a magical number. You know why? Because I get excited when it's 4:45 during a weekday. I get excited. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, okay. Sage gave us their TBR.
What is it?
It is. Yep. There. Whereas the only good Indian.
That's the book with the white cover, right?
I think so.
Beadworkers by Beth Piato. Yeah, that's good. That's a collection of stories, right? And just different from a native daughter. You're reading Leilani K. Trask? Love Trask. If you want to read amazing anti-colonial, like awesome, authored by Native Hawaiian, Indigenous to Hawaii, powerful voice. Oh my gosh. Read is it K Trask? Is it Hauna? Not Haunani. Is it Haunani or Hailani? I can't remember. But yes.
I could only guess, yeah. My vote is A Snake Falls to Earth. Even though all those sound great.
You're all like, Snake Falls to Earth. I'm gonna read it too. Yes. The Only Good Indian's really good. That's the only one I've read. Yeah. Shoot, if you walk away from just Skoden Readathon reading one Indigenous read, that's awesome. Yeah, Haunani. Yeah, Haunani K. Trask. Amazing. You can
I
even
feel like I got this audiobook. Hold on.
Yeah, go on YouTube. Look her up. Powerful, awesome. Powerfully, awesomely, amazing, timeless. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna go on mute. Let me play this ad.
Oh.
Okay. We'll push for 45. So 45 minutes is awesome. It's hopeful. It's a hopeful number. Fills me with hope. All right.
15 minutes.
Oh, we got 15 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Coolio. All right. Let's see. Okay, I think I'll start from the audio because your excitement. Then I'll start the audio for. Yeah, the audio for Snake Falls to Earth is so good. Like, there's this part in the beginning of Ollie, and yeah, I don't want to say. I'll let you. It's so good.
Well, I'm excited.
Okay, thank you for your help. No, thank you. Thank you. All right, everybody. Let's get started.
Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go again. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go now. Let me share this screen. All right, let's start. Oh man. Can you give me a bookmark for this? Just give me one of those bookmarks. Please. Go ahead, you can pick one for me. Anyone, whichever one you want. I know this one is pretty cool. Alrighty, cool, thank you.
Yay! What's up,
Oh yeah. Okay, I know he's really excited. What time is it? Oh my gosh, you're still awake.
Fine.
He's always crawling on me. Is mommy a tree? Yeah.
It's because you have hair in your tongue.
Oh yeah, I am. I'm not tall. I'm like 5. I'm taller than you, but I'm not tall. Hi everybody. How did everybody do? Let's see. I read 50 pages. It's kind of cute. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
She doesn't really know. She's about this native girl. Her mom, she's native. Her mom dies. I think when she was born. And so her dad is white. And her dad they're pretty well off. But she doesn't know anything about herself. And her dad hasn't really told her because it's too painful to talk about her mom. So she has all these stereotypical viewpoints on what natives are. And it's really funny. And then so for the summer, her dad's like, I want you to get to know your mom's family. And so she's going to stay with her family for the summer. So it's sort of funny so far, but I'm just like, it's just funny. Okay, let's see. I finished Future Home. Oh, did you like it? What do you think? Oh, that book broke me at the end. I was so sad for a long time.
Me too.
I was like, ugh.
So good though.
Yeah, it is. It's really good. I know people, like, I think some of the thoughts that people were saying, like, I thought this was going to be like this book or like a hardcore science fiction. But if you hadn't read Louise Erdrich before, like, I already knew it was going to be like a literary novel, you know? And, but yeah, so I went into it with no expectations and just read it, but it's so good. Even with a lot of distractions, 30 pages into White Horse. I know, me too, in the beginning. He's like pushing his iPad into my face. Yeah, that's good. That's really good for 45 minutes. That's like a minute and some change for each page. Take us to your chi. Less sciencey than I thought it would be, but still good. Reminded me of Reservation Dogs, the show, not the book. Oh, oh, that's cool. It's very res. That book. I keep seeing it. I keep seeing it on. I don't remember which app, but it keeps popping up. Maybe my Hoopla. Like, it keeps
that, or a lot of the libraries like have their homepage as Indigenous reads that you can check out right away, that they've made available all month long. I think I've seen it on there.
Yeah, I've seen it on there too. I always see it also on my Libby, because I saved it and it keeps popping up like. Oh, yeah, apple in the middle. So far, it's so good. It's good. I don't know how far I am. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm like maybe like a fifth of the way. I read Suck I Know That with the Birch Bark House by. Oh, you're reading Birch Bark House. Is that? I don't know if that's middle grade or YA, but I really want to get all the books before I start it. Right now, I only have the first one.
I think it's middle grade. At my library, it's shelved on the middle grade shelves.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, because I know. I can't remember where I saw it won an award for YA, or maybe I'm thinking of another book. I don't know. All prompts except for the bonus because I don't have. Oh man! I'll just send you. I'll send you screenshots of a comic, and you can finish it. I loved it. It's very different. What was this one? Oh, Future Home of the Living God. Yeah, it is really different. I really, even though I loved it, the parts of like when because she's Catholic, right? I got lost in those parts. I even tried looking it up, and I still couldn't connect.
Yeah, I don't really know anything about, like, I've learned stuff about Catholicism because I think I told you half my family is from Latin America, and so a lot of them are Catholic, but I didn't grow up heavily with that side of my family, and so like I know very random things about Catholicism, and I've learned it over time because of like media and some of my family, but like it's very confusing. And if you didn't grow up in it, it's hard to understand how certain things fit together, I feel personally.
Yeah, I mean, I even have trouble just with Christianity, and
yeah.
So I have, like, I'll be like, who's that? Who's Michael?
There's so many.
They're like, what's the first the devil? And I'm all, wait a minute, the devil has a name? Yeah, it was
yeah.
learning all that stuff.
I know Lucifer.
You know Lucifer? Who is he?
He's like a devil.
He's like a devil?
And he actually can be. He's actually one of the most powerful DC characters.
Okay, that's cool. Didn't realize it was supposed to be sci-fi-ish. Yeah, I mean, people, I think, were marketing it as like a sci-fi, but I mean, it takes place in the near future, right? But mainly, it's a literary fiction novel. Like, it's not trying to achieve huge science fiction-y plot, or it's really character based, and so it's. So the book we're talking about, y'all, is Future Home of the Living God. So it's in the near future. They're actually, it's in a place where people are having babies, but they're de-evolving, right? Like they're starting to look, when they have a baby, they look like monkeys, or when women or people who are able to give birth are giving birth to kids, or they're not lasting, right? They're dying too fast. So they're stealing all of these pregnant women, and the government collapses, right? And there's this native woman, and she's just navigating through all of that. So but in the beginning of the story, she's just trying to find out through her native family. Was it her dad was white?
Well, she's adopted, so both her parents are white, but
she was adopted out, and oh yeah, that's right, she was adopted. So both of her adoptive parents are white, and then she goes back to her native family where she's originally from to ask, not really to connect, right? Just to ask them, like, do we have any family history of problem, like family history of not being able to have kids, or just she just wants to find out the health history. But it just becomes way more than that. There's parts of that book where I was like reading so fast because the pacing
Yeah.
is just really good, and then it kind of slows. And yeah, I don't want to talk about that, but I don't want to spoil it for you all. But
You
it's pretty.
know, I compare it to this just because I feel like people also go into this book thinking that it's going to be really science fiction-y just because of who the author is. But Parable of the Sower reminds me so much of this book because while Octavia Butler typically writes science fiction, I feel like the only real science fiction-y part of Parable of the Sower is her like empathy, like her ability to feel empathy, but it's very literary fiction-y to me. Well, but I guess speculative fiction because it really does like talk a lot about politics.
Yeah. And gosh, Parable of the Sower. That book just it. I think it made me really think about, especially for the time that she wrote it, because it's like next year or right or something.
Yeah.
And kind of like talking about, and it's so interesting because I had this same discussion with Indigenous Reading Circle about Moon of the Crusted Snow, about what would the apocalypse really look like in our current state of things, and our like how quick would humanity fall apart, and would we become a peoples of those helping one another or so it was interesting. Everybody had their own different experiences with the pandemic and what was going on in their community. Like some people were saying, well, our community, they were helping each other. And I was like, well, it was like that in my own community. Like a lot of nonprofits came up, started helping elders, like develop all these really cool grassroots movements to feed our community, but also to keep them safe. But also outside our community, it was very racist. It was very violent, and it was. I mean, we all see those videos, right, of people fighting over toilet paper and all kinds of other things. But I feel like I think that's why I love apocalyptic reads. I mean, they give me nightmares later, but I think I think they're just really important because it really takes a look at humanity, and especially how it's connected to like capitalism and all this stuff. So it's I think that's why I really love apocalyptic reads.
Well, Parable of the Sower also really freaked me out because I reread it last year actually, and I read it around the time that Jeff Bezos went to space, and then like everything with Trump, and I don't know. But she talks a lot about billionaires going to space and about a tyrannical president, and it was like wild to read it at the time when we're witnessing this in history, and she's just talking about it in the 90s, and you're like, wow. I mean, I guess
and it's really, it's kind of almost, I know people were saying, wow, she's psychic, or but I think she was just really tapped into what is not only with race but also definitely like society overall. And and just reading all of that stuff, all of her work, and it's really brilliant. Just I think up to date, she's probably like one of my favorite authors. Definitely. And always like rereading her stuff, you always find something that maybe you've missed, probably because you're engaged, something in your thinking was engaged in something really powerful before that. So I feel like that same thing, it almost carries through this really next awesome thing that she writes about. So when I reread it again, I remember this part, but then I read something else. Like, how did I miss this? So it's amazing. Octavia Butler is awesome. And Future Home of the Living God. I read that around election time for Trump.
Oh,
that same week.
That would have been like traumatizing, I feel. Have you reread it since?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I really want to reread it because I feel like I read it. I was so into it that I read it really fast, and I would like to reread it again and like annotate it.
Yeah. I know. I was thinking of telling Angela if she does do that read along, the Erdrich one, to include that one.
Mm-hmm.
That would be awesome. And I know there's a new cover for Future Home of a Living God, and I want it.
Oh,
Really,
is it that like special edition one?
it's
I
a
can't
white one, and it has like kind of
like
like
green.
evolved rings.
Yeah, and it
Yeah.
like I can't remember that. What's the publisher again? They do these like those
Those special
classics.
editions.
Yeah.
HarperCollins. I guess I'm not gonna get it. Like, man. Okay. But I'm really fledgling.
I'm actually going to be reading that soon. I actually tried to read The Fledgling last October and I ended up having to put it down. Not because I think it's bad or anything like that. There's just a relationship that's in it that made me feel uncomfortable. Despite knowing certain things, it just makes you feel uncomfortable. And I think there's probably a purpose to it, but at the time I just couldn't like handle it. So I'm going to try again.
Yay. All right, y'all. I have a guest who's gonna be arriving soon. So I think I'm gonna hop off now. I don't want to be in the middle of the sprint when they get here. So, but I don't know. You know what? I don't know when I'm gonna do another sprint. Look at the calendar. That's all sad. I don't even know when I'm having another sprint. Come on. Let's open it.
You almost have 4,000 followers?
What? Are you for real? Where do you see that at? Oh my goodness. I almost have 4K followers.
Oh my God. Look at that. That's so exciting.
All right, you guys. Once I hit it, I'm going to do a giveaway.
Oh my God. And Kim does the best giveaways. Yeah,
you know what? I have a friend who actually reached out to me and they want me to promote some of their native business stuff. So I have some nice stuff. So I'll do that in books. Okay. Tell people to follow me.
You're good.
Yeah. I'll do a painting. I'll do earrings. I'll do a book or books. Books. Okay. All right. I got distracted. Let me look for this calendar. Okay. That's the one. Is that the right one? No, that's the right one. Okay. Next reading sprint. Oh my gosh. The font is so tiny. Why do you make the font so little? The Broken Spine is doing one on Sunday. So Erica, right? Yeah. Erica from the Broken Spine.
Yeah.
Ooh, I should be there for that. I love Erica's videos.
There are so many people, like I get, I don't want to say like obsessed, but there are some booktubers where I'll find them, they're new to me, or like I haven't watched a ton of their content, and then I'll just get addicted and watch all of it. Do you get like that where you get one person you get
Yeah,
stuck in?
so I did that when I first discovered Ashley. I went backwards. I was going backwards. I did that with yours too. I binge yours because sometimes I'll just get busy with work and then I'll just binge all the way through. So I was like, yeah, Stephanie's got a new video. Yeah. Ready, computer. Yeah, so Broken Spine book channel, The Broken Spine, will be sprinting on the 20th, Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern. And then MRA is doing another one on the 21st at 1 p.m. Pacific. Oh, I guess I'm doing one on the 22nd. I might have to cancel that because I have some family obligations that's probably going to take me away from that. But maybe I'll push it to the next day. So, and then the two Brodies doing one on the 24th to be announced the time. Then next Friday, is today Friday? Yeah, a week from today. Midnight Librarian will also be sprinting, and also Books with Brandie Shanae. So yeah, there's a lot coming up. But if you all want to, there's one beautifully bookish Bethany is joining me on the 28th. So Stephanie, if you want to jump on that, let me know.
Okay.
That's going to be 12 p.m. Mountain.
When's the 28th?
Oh, wait, do you work?
That's what I was looking at. The 28th is a Monday. Yeah, I'll be back at work.
Just be on your cell phone and.
I know. I was like trying to think. Yeah, I could pop. If nothing else, I'll pop into the chat.
Okay. And then Thunderbird Woman reads Danny.
Oh, she's doing one?
Yeah, she's an Indigenous Instagrammer. She was on YouTube for a bit, but she also has a side business. She's an Indigenous business woman.
Beautiful dream catcher.
Yes, she makes dream catchers. They're awesome.
Yeah.
I can't afford.
I know, that's what I was gonna say. Like, I would totally have 1 or 2 or 5, because they're just so pretty. But yeah,
it's pretty, but they're really gorgeous. And she'll even like she has a story behind each one that she makes, and they're all like, I don't know how to, it's not authentic, but she makes them from scratch. Like she goes out and gathers everything for them. And I remember her just having a discussion with her on them, and then she just says like during the whole time she's like makes them in a very good way. So I think that's why she probably with like prayer and all this stuff. So but her sprint is on the 29th of November, and then I'm doing a final one, but I don't think I will. It's not going to be reading sprint. I think I just want to invite people who hosted, and if you want to pop in the chat just to discuss reads. And I'm actually going to be doing a book tag, so just answering books.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah, so I'm just going to do a book tag with everyone, and I just kind of want to so I'm going to put that in the group chat. It's not going to be a sprint. It's just going to be discussing reads. So just saying like, what was your favorite read all through Skoden Readathon? What was your favorite read for this prompt? What books are you looking forward to? Because some of the books that we're reading they're part of series, and there's more books coming out. So, and then I just kind of wanted to, at the end of it, just talk about Indigenous reads that are coming up for 2023. So, but yeah, I'm excited.
Also, I meant to ask you, did you end up liking, was it called Grave Mercies? The in the Red River series, Murder on the Red River.
Graves?
Yes.
No. I mean, it was good. I because there's it's culty.
Okay.
Yeah, not all the way through, but I think the mystery was stronger this time, and the character dynamic that I wanted more of, which ended really strong in the second book, wasn't in this one. But you learn more about Cash. Yeah, but you learn more about Cash, where she's from, and also kind of talks about like the like missing and murdered Indigenous relatives was a big strong part of that. But I think it was. So I think out of my favorite book out of the series is probably, I don't know, it's really close between 1 and 2. So Murder in the Red River, it's awesome in terms of character development because she's just so strong. And then the second one, the beginning's kind of a little bit slow, then it rushes through the plot, and then but at the same time it ends so strong. It was like my heart was like broken in half by the end of book 2, but it's so good at the last half of Girl Gone Missing. But Sinister Graves is also pretty good. But I think I shouldn't have went into it with all these expectations. I should have just read it.
I bought the first one.
Oh, good. Yeah.
So I'm excited.
The audiobook, I can't remember if I read the audiobook for that one. But
The
yeah.
audiobook is on Hoopla. So I'll
Yeah. I saw that too. The first 2 books are. They're both on
okay, cool.
Yeah. So I'm kind of excited to I actually want to, so next year I'm going to be actually in doing more interviews with Indigenous authors. So I'm kind of excited.
I'm excited for you.
Yeah.
Are you going to do lives or are you going to do them? Okay, cool.
They're going to be lives. But I kind of wanted to also do a little bit more traveling next year and kind of meet up with Native authors all at once.
That's so exciting.
Yeah. So I want to do that so bad. But all right, y'all. So we're gonna probably be concluding for the night, and then so Stephanie, just look out for that message. It's gonna be later in the evening at 5 my time. So then that's gonna be on the 30th. But I'll let you know.
Okay.
I'm talking about this one for everyone. Yeah, I go to different places and collect dream catchers from different tribes. Yeah, Danny is Ojibwe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's pretty cool.
Hi, Angela.
Oh, yeah. Hi.
Bye.
Oh, good night.
Bye.
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 Good night. Oh yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for coming. Thank you all for coming. Thanks for hosting my first readathon. Really? That's awesome. Yeah, if you see me stumbling through stuff, this is my first time hosting anything. I don't know if you also watched the first sprints. I didn't even know how to go on the video. I was like, can you guys see? I was in the chat. Can you guys hear me or see me? And I didn't even know how to open
going live.
Pop on. You're supposed to add stream, and I didn't do that. I was kind of like, what do I do? I was all lost. And I almost asked Emma. I almost actually brought Emma on my live and said, can you help me? But yeah, it's so cool. Yeah, good night, everyone. Have a good night. Yeah, Michelle, let me know. I'll send you some dates where I'm gonna be popping on. If you want to join me, let me know. Okay, finish the steak false. Thanks for sprints. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Have a good night, everyone. All right, we'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.